According to the statistics that were annexed to your affidavit, there are about 44,144 persons with albinism who are employed and 3,020 who are unemployed. Is this accurate?
Sijasikia mwishoni imekata, imeleta noise.
Didn't hear the last point because it was a bit noisy.
I was just asking you to confirm the accuracy of the statistics that you provided. 44,144 persons with albinism employed, 3,020 unemployed. Is this accurate?
Yes.
By that statistics, what would be the unemployment rate among persons with albinism?
Mwishoni haizungumzi hii microphone. You can just speak, maybe I can.
Il faut lui poser la question en swahili en même temps. Les interprètes prendront, il va répondre.
Can you ask this question in Kiswahili and the interpreters will interpret? Can you please ask the question in Kiswahili? If he does not understand you, please ask him the question in Kiswahili.
Vous n'entendez pas? Il n'y a pas d'interprétation?
Can you hear? Can't you hear the English interpretation?
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation?
Can you hear the English interpretation?
The equipment is very inconsistent. It keeps going on and off. I don't speak Swahili.
Please come again. Just try once more, please.
Sorry, honorable judges. I'm in Swahili channel. It is on and off. He asked the question, it started, and then in the ending of it, he couldn't grasp. That's why he couldn't get the question. Yeah. So if the Kiswahili channel can help us so that the questions can be clear, so that witness can be able to answer. Thank you.
My question was for you to confirm if you know the unemployment rate among persons with albinism in Tanzania, per the statistics that you've just submitted to the court.
Kiwango cha ajira kama nilivyosema,
as I said, for those who are living with albinism, out of 74,273 who are employed, 44,144 are employed, and this is more than 59%.
In your statistics, it is indicated that only 3,020 are unemployed. Why is that so?
Nimesema 3,020 hawajaajiriwa, lakini kuna hawa wengine ambao wana umri wa kufanya kazi lakini hawatafuti kazi. Kwa hiyo nao hawa ukiwajumlisha na wale ambao wanatafuta kazi.
Est-ce que vous avez la traduction en anglais? Est-ce que vous avez en anglais?
Active.
It's breaking, so I can't really follow what.
Ok, un instant. Nous demandons aux techniciens de regarder ce qui se passe avec S'il y a lieu de remplacer
Please,
rapidement.
technician, can you check what's happening with the Swahili booth?
What
Can we have the equipment replaced?
technique?
Et Eric, est-ce qu'on peut donner aussi le matériel au requérant, s'il vous plaît? Est-ce qu'on peut le donner?
Can we also provide the applicant with the equipment as well? Because I think that he had some issues with the headset.
Yes, please. Alors, procédez, nous allons essayer encore. Continuez, s'il vous plaît. Le témoin peut continuer sa
May I
déposition.
proceed? Witness, please go ahead.
Kama nilivyosema, matokeo ya
As I was
sensa ya watu
saying,
na makazi
according to the population and the housing
swali
census,
ambalo walijibu
the question raised
wanakaya wenyewe kuhusiana na
and
shughuli zao
with
za
regard
kiuchumi.
to
Matokeo yalibaini
the
kwamba kati ya watu
work,
wenye albino 74,273,
out
44,144
of 74,273 people, 44,144 were employed without working and able they could get some earnings. But 3,020 were not employed. But again, 21,000.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? La traduction en français ne vient pas. L'anglais au français ne vient
No
pas.
French interpretation.
Oui, nous vous entendons maintenant.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Le témoin peut continuer là. Continuez, s'il vous plaît, la déposition.
Please proceed.
Asante. Kwa maana hiyo,
Thank you very much. So if you take 44,144 of those who were working, so you can see the percentage of people living with albinism. This is more than 50%, 50, but the employed ones with the age of working,
lakini kwenye kiwango cha watu kutokuwa na ajira, maana yake
the
tunaangalia
employment rate of unemployment rate. We're talking about those who are able to work but they are not employed, but we plus those who with 60-80%, those who are not working.
So what I'm trying to confirm is among the population that are actively within the working population and are looking for work, or the active working population, how many of them, the percentage of persons with albinism are unemployed? Because your statistics indicate only 3,020 persons with albinism are unemployed.
Kwenye hii data ni kwamba
in this
kati ya
data,
hawa watu
out of these who have with albinism, we had 4 groups, and in these 4 groups, we have those who are employed, those who are unemployed. They have the age of working, but they are looking for the job. They haven't got to it. But there are those who have the age of working, but they have not even got to trouble to find a job, and therefore they are not employed. But again, there is another group, the 4th one, there is of children, but also with those adults, but with albinism, they have another disability. So this is 3,200. There are those who are able to work, but they haven't got any job. Now, 21,729 people, they are of the age and able to work, they can work, but they are just reluctant, they are inactive.
I'm going to ask again, what is the percentage of persons with albinism who are unemployed, according to your statistics? Just the number. What is the percentage?
Idadi ya wale ambao hawajaajiriwa
ni 3,020, because as I said, we divided it into those who are able to work, but they are reluctant, they are inactive, they have their own category, they are inactive. And in that category of unemployment, as per the population and housing census, they are not there. But those who said they had been looking for that job, but they hadn't attained any, they are 3,020. That's the total.
So is it your testimony that at least 1/3 of, or about 1/3 of the population of persons with albinism in Tanzania just don't desire any kind of employment? They're just sitting at home with no desire for any economic improvement for themselves. Is this your testimony?
Mathematically, ina maana tunachukua inactive ambao ni 21,000.
The inactive, which is 21,729, out of that 74 plus, 1,000 plus. So we get the ratio of those who have attained the level of working, but they are not, they are inactive.
I didn't get much of the response at the end. Can you repeat your response? I didn't hear much of it.
Nimesema ina maana ili tuweze kupata ratio ya watu ambayo amesema 1/3 ya watu wafanye kazi, inaweza ikawa sio 1/3 exactly, lakini ni 20%.
It won't be one.
Can we please verify that the English interpretation from Swahili is coming through? We are hearing a message from the French interpreter that they cannot receive. Please proceed. Let us verify that all is in order. Please proceed.
Nimesema kwamba watu ambao wana umri wa kufanya kazi lakini wapo hawatafuti kazi.
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation en anglais.
Wako asilimia.
L'anglais ne vient pas.
It seems the English interpretation from Swahili is still not coming through, says the chair, the vice president.
Donc la situation, c'est parce que ça ne vient pas du Swahili, ça ne vient pas du canal Swahili pour l'anglais.
The Swahili to English is not coming through. Please, technicians, take note of this, says the vice president.
Upande wa Kiingereza.
Le Swahili et l'anglais qui sont sur le même canal 1. Est-ce qu'on peut régler cela?
Please verify the situation as Swahili and English are coming through on the same channel. Technicians, please note a message from the Vice President.
S'il vous plaît.
Please proceed, counsel, you may proceed with your witness. May I request that the witness be precise or concise in the responses? We have gone beyond the time allocated, so may I ask that the witness be as concise as possible so that we can conclude on this session. We were allocated 10 minutes, but we've already used 25 minutes. May we have very brief responses and very precise. May I encourage you to continue, but to take this into account, and we just want to make sure interpretation is coming through this time. Please go ahead.
I just want a precise number, percentage, unemployment. Just a number, is it 20, 30, 40? That's it.
Ni shilingi ambao
Il y a un problème de connexion. Il y a un problème de connexion avec le studio.
Unfortunately, the connection between Swahili and English is not working. We have some interference at this time. If we can take a moment, please.
Est-ce que l'État défendeur, est-ce que le requérant a posé toutes ces questions? Est-ce que vous pensez avoir été...
Has the applicant posed all the questions? Do you have the responses you wanted from the witness? May I verify this before we continue?
Vice President, I just wanted the witness to give me a simple answer. What is the unemployment rate? And the witness is giving so many explanations. I'm not sure why that is necessary. I just wanted him to tell me, among the active population, how many of them are unemployed? Not any elaborate explanations, just a number.
Très bien. Est-ce que vous avez bien saisi la question? Quel est le taux?
Perhaps the witness did not understand the question. We need the answer to the question from the council. Can we have a specific answer?
I think the witness has already given the number. The council was asking for the ratio. If he can give him time so that he can calculate, so that he can get that ratio, which you wanted, the percentage, if I got you correctly. But again, the channel, because I'm in Kiswahili, so that at least I can understand what is, what he's getting, the proper question so that he can answer. There is a misconnection of here and there. That is the problem, I think, for him to answer like properly.
Madame, nous avons pris bonne note de cela, mais...
Thank you, Madam. We have understood your input, but if it's a calculation required, it is the witness who must respond. The witness was asked to answer a question, and so they would need to give the appropriate response. If they feel they cannot calculate and give a response, they must say so. The question was directly posed to the witness, so the witness must respond directly. So we ask that the witness respond to the question. It's the last question from the applicant. Please give us the answer. Are you having trouble with understanding the interpretation? Witness, please respond.
Idadi ya watu wenye ualbino ambao hawana kazi ni
those with albinism and the unemployed.
Na 20 kwa sababu sensa ya watu na
according to the population and housing census, it's 2020 is
watu ambao walikuwa na ualbino wana umri wa kufanya kazi hawatafuti kazi wapo, kwa hiyo wao waliwekwa kwenye kategori yake. Kwa hiyo kwa mujibu wa matokeo ya sensa watu ambao hawajaajiriwa wako 320.
Can we have one moment, please? We are not receiving Kiswahili to English. We are not receiving the interpretation. So the French is not coming through as a result of this.
Il s'agit de problèmes techniques là.
The Vice President is making this announcement. There is a technical issue to be resolved.
Du Swahili à l'anglais vous recevez?
Swahili into English, is it coming through now? Is English coming through from the Swahili channel?
Très bien. Est-ce que du Swahili au français vous recevez?
Okay, so the French team, can you now receive? The chair of the session, the Vice President, will like some confirmation on that.
Swahili à l'anglais, de l'anglais au français, est-ce que vous suivez? Alors, le problème se trouve au niveau de l'Internet, du traducteur, de l'interprète.
Okay, so from my understanding, it is the Swahili interpreter's internet connection that is not up to speed. It needs a better connection so that we can proceed with the session. We would need that to be addressed, says the Vice President.
Est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Est-ce que votre témoin il parle anglais?
Can your witness express himself in English, counsel? He does not speak English? Okay.
Yes.
Très bien, nous allons procéder. S'il ne parle pas anglais, c'est pas un
Okay,
problème.
if he does not speak English, it's okay, we will continue. Emmanuel from the court will assist in providing interpretation from Swahili to English, and we will have to work with him for the question. So we can proceed in that manner. Thank you so much. So, counsel, may I ask you to restate your question very clearly, please?
So, if there's a problem, I can take it up.
I want a percentage. What is the percentage of persons with albinism in Tanzania who are unemployed? Not anything complicated, just a percentage. The percentage of persons with albinism in Tanzania who are unemployed.
Takwimu za watu ambao wana albino ambao hawana ajira ni
for people albinism not employed, how is it?
Watu wenye albino ambao hawajaajiriwa ni 4.3.
Employed is 4.3%. Census results report 4.8%.
The statistics of those who are people with albinism who are not working are 403.8. 400. Oh, 4.38, yes, 4.38%
okay.
of unemployed,
4.38%. What is the national average unemployment in Tanzania?
Takwimu za watu ambao hawana kazi Tanzania zikoje?
Among the general population, what is the national average unemployment?
I need to undergo some calculation because what I came is to testify the population with people with albinism, and so regarding to the unemployment rate, I need to undergo some calculations.
I can assist you. According to the National Statistical Bureau, there's a brief number 6A of February 2024. The national average unemployment is 7.8%. Is it your testimony that persons with albinism, who are among the most marginalized in society, have a much lower unemployment rate than the average national population?
Hiyo imeangaliwa katika national level. Hapo umejumlisha watu wote nchi nzima, lakini unapoenda kwenye unashuka katika makundi tofauti tofauti, maana yake hata ile namba inaanza kupungua.
The national level, but when you go to groups, the numbers start to decrease. So when you go down, when you're referring for the census, the census had more than 7 levels, national, regional, district, and we had the country up to the village level. So when you compute watu wasiokuwa na ajira kwa mfano vijijini, haitakuwa sawasawa na wale kazi ya taifa. Inaweza ikawa ni kubwa zaidi, inaweza kuwa kwa vikundi kadhaa, lakini kuhusiana na watu wenye ualbino, kimsingi unachukua idadi ya watu ambao hawajaajiriwa dhidi ya watu ambao wameajiriwa.
That's the response you gave me, 3.4 for persons with albinism. I just gave you the national unemployment for the general population. It's 7.8. And my question is,
nimekupa idadi ya watu wote. Swali langu ni kwamba nataka mahakama iamini ya kwamba watu wenye albino ambao ni watu maalum wao wana kiwango kikubwa cha kukosa ajira kwa asilimia kubwa kulinganisha na watu kukosa. Ndio, kwa sababu ni 4.8 asilimia
so they are just only 4.38%.
Thank you.
Yes, Fabi.
Abula, do you understand English?
Yes, I do.
And we can speak English quite well. I could see in your answers, you are confusing interpreters and you are doing it deliberately. Okay, I want to ask you, he has answered already.
Objection, Honorable Justices. The counsel is accusing the witness that is confusing the translators, which is not true. The witness was here to give his testimony. He chose to do it in Kiswahili because you can do it in Kiswahili. And the court has provided different translations. Thank you. If you can withdraw your statement. Thank you.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Écoutez, sur ce point, la question avait été posée au témoin.
The question was asked to the witness if they speak English, and they said no. And then suddenly they start to speak English. So there was no imposition on the witness. They chose to express themselves in English, and what was said in English will be part of the court report. So please continue with your questioning, counsel.
Yeah, do you know that one of the requirement of the witness is to be credible and trustworthy? Do you know that? Unajua shahidi ili aminike, lazima ili ushahidi uchukuliwe, lazima mtu aaminiwe na mtu mwenye haiba ya kuaminika. Kwa Kiswahili.
Sijakusikia mwanzo.
Nimekuuliza, unajua sifa ya shahidi ili aheshimiwe na ushahidi wake uchukuliwe.
I have asked you, in order the witness to be in custody, he must be truthful and he must help the court. Do you understand that? Yes, I understand. Okay, to which level have you gone to school or studying, please? I'm here, just respond to my question. I'm here for giving the witness relation to the data relation in albinism. Now, regarding my academic background, undergraduate, I attended IFM, and for the master degree, University of Dar es Salaam. Which language you are using in academic? It was English. And you have been employed because you passed or you qualified and you completed your education. The issue of employment, I can't say it because it has many parameters from academic credentials. Let me ask you one question because now it's quite. As per the census of 2022, you understand, you know where the people of albinism, where they live and their life condition. That's right. Yeah, it's true. There are some questions which they were asked concerning the census population, the housing. I have asked, do you know where they're living in their life condition? Because you have said even those who don't like to work. No, the living condition is general. For instance, somebody has been attacked and they are asking whether he was injured. So that situation must be limited. We ask the questions which were prepared for understanding the number of population, URT, education, disability, and where they are living. You have said among people living in
kati yao wenye ulemavu mwingine ni wangapi ambao ulemavu wao umetokana na majeraha?
Those who have another disability, how many of them which is emanating from being attacked? It was asking about poor sighting or cannot see, there is a walk or just for self-assistance, but it didn't go more than that. So that was according to the census of population housing. Why did you go more than that? Because it was not a scope of the census. It should be remembered that despite the fact that the NBS is managing and coordinating the availability of data, there are other institutions which are searching data, but we help in managing the quality and assisting them the way they can use the various methods and disseminate the data in the right way, but not everything is done under the National Bureau of Statistics. That case was open 2018. Yes. What was the last census before 2022? The last one was 2012. Can you give us the data of people living albinism when the case was being launched? I cannot give it here because the first one was the census, which has already gone, and the data I have to refer. But secondly, right now, the NBS, the current data we have right now is the one which has been done recently. So that is the reliable source for the data which I can give. So you believe when the case was launched in 2018, we used which data, or data for which census? The data which I'm presenting here is as per the census which was done 2022. Now, regarding for the year 2018, it means they are supposed to be the report or the data which could be collected from other sources concerning people with the abilities. Remember, I've said the NBS is not the only office collecting the data, rather it's managing the availability of data. There are other agencies carrying the same role. If your intention for giving the witness for the case of 2018. Did you see the importance of coming the data of that time instead of relying on those who came late? I didn't see that importance because that data is already passed. We have the listed data which you can use for planning various plans for people with disabilities. On the same item, even the national strategy for people living with albinism, the data used was the census for the 2022. Therefore, I cannot give the data, the census which is the past, while you have the latest one in giving the current data. Do you understand the data you're giving is referring to the case which was open 2018? I do understand. Now, why didn't you bring the report of 2018 so as to describe the case which was on the court? Will you bring the wishful thinking? Bring the forward one. I'm bringing them because the forward data, because they can be used for the people in albinism for the future. My last question now, as per your data since of 2022, how many people will be now being assisted or supported by the government? They should be supported by government. The NBS is not concerned to know how many are being supported by the government. Those are other offices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Morning, Mr. Mabula. You mentioned that there are 74,273 people living with albinism in Tanzania. Do you have any idea of how many of those are children? What is the ratio of children from that total number? From the 74,273 people living with albinism in Tanzania, do you have any knowledge of how many of those are children?
I need because data in age groups is available here, so I need to compute how many.
The data of age groups are available here, so I have to compute the people with the albinism that between 0. I have to do subscription, but the data is here. But I didn't prepare,
Okay,
but the data is
really
here.
Appreciate the data, because the reason I'm asking is because it's very important then to know how many of those children are actually in school from the information that you've given us, the ratio of children with albinism in school versus children without albinism that are not in school.
Yes, I can give that people with albinism who are under 17 years, but they are about 12,000.
Yeah, Honorables, he's speaking now in English. Maybe we can follow straight. He's mixing the language, so you're coaching English for him.
Unfortunately, the computer.
You said there are 12,153, but what is the age category of these 12,153? Do you have that information, or it's information that?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay, so can you tell us the information?
Yeah, I need to open the computer because we grouped the age 0 to 4, 5 to 9, then 10 to 14. So I cannot have everything in my head. So I need to open the computer and show you how many are there.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Merci à vous. À présent, Les honorables juges, est-ce que vous avez des questions à poser, s'il vous plaît? Honorable juge Benachou.
Merci, Monsieur Massiela Maboula, pour les données que vous nous avez données. Je voudrais vous poser la question, quelle est la méthode statistique
a question. What is the statistical method you followed for your census? At some point, you said that it was an electronic census, and I did not understand. I know the systemic method and other methods, sampling, but I don't know the electronic method. Could you give us further explanation? What is the method you used for your census? Thank you.
Nimezungumza kwamba tulitumia digital census nikimaanisha kwamba
said that we used the digital census, meaning that method was really for data collection, analysis, and dissemination was the digital. But the method which was using was a face-to-face interview among the member of the household. When I say
digital census, I mean
when I say digital census, I meant the tools used for that data collection. Tools used were connected to the server. The processing was processed in a digital way, and dissemination of data was done electronically, as compared to the past census whereby we used papers, then to the field using papers, and after the field, we came back and feeding the data manually from the papers, etc. But this time it was pretty different. Everything was done digital, except during the interview, it was face to face. Is code mixing languages causing some problem with the interpreters. Bear with us, honorables.
Merci.
Honorable juge Bensala, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Avec votre permission, je voudrais d'abord poser
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would like to ask two questions to the respondent state first. Is there a quota system for the handicaps? And we're talking about albinism. Is there a quota system concerning employment of albinos? When you make working policies, do you say that we have this quota for handicaps, this quota for albinos, and that's what takes place in other countries? Because in general, even those who are handicapped, this is what is done. This is
par rapport au travail des gens atteints d'albinisme.
What I call the quota system.
Merci.
Do you have it?
Après la réponse, je continuerai mes questions.
The respondent state. So we want to know whether the respondent state has installed this system. Thank you, Mr. President. After the response system, do you have it? The respondent state. So we want to know what.
J'ai questionné l'état défendeur, pas le témoin.
The question was to the respondent state and not to the witness.
Le conseil.
So, please.
We were trying to listen to the Kiswahili channel, and then the word came quota. I don't know. We haven't got the question. If you can repeat the question, please. Yeah.
Je disais, est-ce que l'État défendeur a instauré un système?
Does the respondent state have a quota system in relation to employment of albinos? Because I know that in some countries, for handicapped persons, for certain positions, priority is given to the handicapped person. So in Tanzania, is there any quota system in favor of albinos when it comes to employment, for instance?
Thank you, Honorable Justices. Actually, we do have a quota system when it comes to the employment of persons with disability. This is in accordance with the Employment and Labor Relations Act, which stipulates that in every 20 persons employed, 3 must be persons with disability. Thank you. In every 20 persons employed, 3 must be persons with disability. Thank you.
Et est-ce que vous me confirmez que les enfants vont dans
that albino children go to public schools? That is, they go to schools like all other children. Do albino children go to the same schools as all other children? That is, other children who do not have disabilities.
Yes. Children with disability, with albinism in Tanzania, they go to school like any other children. They go to public school. There are those who are in public school. There are those who are in private schools, and they go to the mixed school. It means that they intermingle with other children who do not have any disabilities. And that is according to the national strategy, which is, it is called inclusive education system, to include them together. So when they're in these schools, they are all together. And these with disabilities, now specifically with albinism, are given assistance, assisted tools in their education. For example, the kind of textbooks, the materials which they are using, the texts are more modified. They are given magnifying glasses. They are given the standing aids. They are given hats with a wide brim and clothing which cover their bodies. They also, when it comes to doing examination, for example, in mathematics examination, they are given some more time. We put it in our reply, and also we have attached the documentation. They are given some more time. I don't remember if it is 10 minutes or 30 minutes. And these other subjects, they are given also another time. So it means that if the paper has 40 minutes, children with albinism, they will do it maybe for 50 minutes. That is mathematics paper. If the paper is other subjects, maybe science or these other subjects, then there's a certain amount of time which is extra to them. But they are all included in all schools.
Monsieur le Président, avec votre permission, je vais poser 2 questions à Monsieur Mabola. Monsieur Mabola, expliquez-moi pourquoi.
Mr. President, I have 2 questions. I've asked one. Now, when it comes to albinism, the statistics seem to come late. So we see 2012 for statistics, then 2022, and it has been confirmed that the statistics we have in the file date back to 2018, when 2024. So why this lateness in the statistics? There's a need for prevention. They are a minority who need urgent care. So why are these statistics not updated? And why can't we have the statistics each year, for instance? What exactly is the problem? I have been interpreting. I don't know. Maybe the headset has a problem. You should check the headset, and I'm sure other listeners must have been hearing me. The headset should be checked by the technicians. Julius, please. know whether other listeners can hear my voice. If they can hear me, then it's a problem of the headset which the listener is using, and it should be changed.
Takwimu za watu wenye ualbino
for people living with albinism, which are come to testify here, they are the ones which are emanating from the census of 2022. But apart from there, the National Bureau of Statistics manages other institutes which are collecting the data with the albino, and it helps to assess the quality and the various methods which might be used, whereby one of the office is the Prime Minister's office. But the other data concerning crime statistics, which are being produced by police force, but the NBS, it is also participating in it. It's an overseer, and they give an advice on how they can deal with the quality data. But to those who have a mandate to disseminate information, or like how many number of people there are those agencies. And for the issue like how many people have been affected, mutilated, people with albinism, the police force, but the NBS participate as an overseer and the management to make sure they give the data which are official.
Merci. Ma dernière question, désolé d'avoir été longue.
Thank you. Sorry for taking much of your time. My last question. At your level, you have statistics of people who have benefited from state aid from the government. Do you have any statistics of people, of those who have benefited, those who have not benefited, and what type of aid from the government? Thank you, Mr. President.
Takwimu hizo zinakuwa coordinated au collected na agencies zingine kama nilivyosema,
with the other agencies, as I have explained, by using the methods which are being advised that those are best methods. But the issue of storage and dissemination remains on the responsible institution. For instance, if you come to say how many people are being supported by government, that's responsible for the Prime Minister's office and not the NBS. And when you come, how many people with albinism who have been mutilated, that also falls under the criminal statistics, whereby it is under the police force, that the ones who can give their data according to their schedule. But those data are available, and you can also see on the website of NBS. Once those data of crime statistics have been completed, they become disseminated on the website, but not all the data. Some of them, they are classified.
Merci à vous, honorable juge Anoukam, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. President. Mr. Mabula, I have just one or two questions for you. I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 10 of your affidavit, where you have asserted that 44,000 persons following the census of 2022 are with albinism who are in employment. And my question is, out of this figure of 44,144, how many are in government employment? Following what we have just been told, that there's a government-assisted scheme for persons with albinism.
although I'm not too sure of the figure Leonard Cancer mentioned. It seems as if you said out of 20,000, 3 will be, consideration will be given to 3 persons with albinism. I think you could confirm that. And then let the witness answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to make a minor correction. This is per the section 31 to 33 of the Persons with Disabilities Act, which provide for a 3% employment from every employer with 20 employees. The 3% should to constitute persons with disabilities. So it is 3% out of every 20 employees. And this is provided under the Persons with Disabilities Act from section 31 to 33. It is 2010.
2010?
Yes, it was enacted in 2010.
Okay. Based on that information, Mr. Maz, can you please answer the question? Thank you.
Yes. Ni kweli watu wenye albino,
it is true that people living with albinism, people living with
albinism 44
people living with
in order to gain their life.
Unemployed and others have employed themselves. Out of the figure that I give, we're not sure where they have been employed specifically. For example, 1,223 are employed by the government, and 726 are employed by local governments, and 346 are employed by parastatals. But the distribution is shown
can be
as
seen
we
as the
present
data
the
has been
data.
presented.
As presented where? Just give us the total figure or you give us a percentage.
data kwa mujibu wa matokeo ya sensa ya watu na makazi.
According to the population and housing census, I said that.
The census said that.
Sorry, I lost.
Can't hear him.
I lost the speaker.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I've said that out of these people,
the figure that people that are employed in the affidavit,
I said the current data of people living in employment.
The data is annexed
in
my affidavit.
You speak now in English, you can follow straight.
In the United Republic of Tanzania.
He's speaking English right now. You can follow.
Okay. Thank you. I have a second question. In your evidence in chief, you did say that 53% of persons with albinism live above a certain age. Can you please restate what age? And then if you do know, you can also guide the court on the lifespan of an average person with albinism in the respondent state in Tanzania. Thank you.
Data inaonyesha kwamba kwa mujibu wa matokeo ya
shows that according to population and housing census, data shows that people with albinism who live beyond 30 years are more than 53%. But for me to get the actual figure, I will have to do some computation. I have the raw data, but I need to do some computation because the data is done according to categorizations of age, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, etc. So I need to do some calculations and give the right figure on people who live beyond 30 years.
Mr. President, it will be of great help to the court for the witness to make that information or every piece of evidence available to us as soon as possible through their counsel, through his counsel. Thank you.
Il est demandé au requérant de produire à la cour.
Applicant is requested to serve the court documents, and the respondent state should submit the statistics requested by the Honorable Judge. This should be filed and served on the court. Judge Anukam, are you done with your questions?
Yes. I'm done. Thank you.
Alors, honorable juge Adjei, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Judge Adjei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Boaswai, the census, the information that you provided is based on 2022. Now, can you tell us at what interval do you have national and population census in Tanzania?
Tunafanya sensa baada ya miaka 10.
Census after every 10 years.
Thank you. So my last question is the information that you have provided. It is based on 2022. Is that right? The evidence that you have given is based on the reports from the census on the 2022 one. Is that right?
Ni kweli kabisa, takwimu hizi zinatokana na sensa ya watu na makazi ya mwaka 2022.
This is from 2022 census.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm done. I'm done, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable juge Chikaya, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Judge Chikaya, you have the floor.
Merci, Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just a short question.
Le Conseil de l'État défendeur,
Counsel for the respondent state cited Mr. Mabula as witness.
nous ont détaillé le fait que
And they gave us details as to the fact that
albinos pouvaient aller dans les écoles.
Albinos could go to public schools where they are given special treatment because of their situation. Now, my question is as follows. What is the use of the different albino centers, especially that of Bojika? I don't have the exact word. Would he give us the use of these different albino centers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justices. In fact, those centers were schools, and there were schools where students used to go to school, including students with albinism. And the students with albinism were placed there when the attacks and killings were rampant. That was a temporary measure to protect the children from the attacks. And now, as we are speaking now, the children have been already unified with their families. So it was just a temporary measure, and they were placed in the school, 5 schools. One of them, as you said, is named Buhangija, and then there is a Mitindo, and then there is Miss Wisenge. There are five centers. In fact, they are schools. And those schools, it's not that they were left alone. There were also students who were not, who had no any kind of disability. So it was just a school, and that measure was just used so as to protect the children, because during that time the attacks were very, very rampant. So those schools are just now normal schools, and the children are no longer kept there. Thank you very much.
Merci. Honorable Juge Menge, vous avez la parole,
Thank
s'il
you.
vous plaît.
Judge Menge, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
D'après la définition qui a été donnée des statistiques, nous savons qu'elles permettent
We cannot hear Judge Menge.
de comprendre la situation
Judge
réelle
Menge should.
sur le terrain.
Now, what is the definition which would enable us to understand the real situation on the ground so that better measures or adapted measures or complementary measures could be given so as to orient government policy to strengthen measures which have been taken already? I've just lumped together the importance of statistics in a government. So my question is as follows. It goes to the respondent state. According to you, the statistics which you have presented to us in different forms concerning people living with albinism, are these statistics satisfactory according to you, considering their situation? The case which concerns us precisely today is that of insecurity, aggression, threats, and these people living with albinism are all victims of this. That is the case today, considering the statistics which you have presented to us.
Si vous estimez qu'elles ne sont pas satisfaisantes,
do you think they are satisfactory? If they are not satisfactory, what measures would you propose to improve on this statistics, this census statistics which you have given? What measures would be put in place to make them more adapted so that government measures should help people living with albinism? That is my question. I've ended, Mr. President. I hope my question is understood and it calls for a short answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Judge. Yes, your question we have understood. I hope so. The statistics given, first of all, they answer the question from the applicants that there are more than 200,000 plus people with albinism in Tanzania, the fact which is not true. Second, the statistics help the government of United Republic of Tanzania to know how many people with albinism, their location, their status, whether they're children, men, women, adults, young people, so that they can be able, so that the government can be able to help people with albinism in terms of education, in terms of medical facilities and medical care, in terms of social activities, because these are people like any other people. And of course, the security. To know where they are, it is very important so that you can be able to guide them. Yes, we know there are attacks, even the recent one, which involve a child with albinism. But again, you can see people who, even the parents are involved, sometimes are involved, in doing these bad activities. But at least the government to know where they are, what are they doing, how to assist them. I'm talking about medical facilities in terms of healthcare, in terms of them getting medical treatment on their skin, on the lotions, in schools, the equipments and all. So to us, these statistics is very satisfactory, so that the government can do the specific, can meet the specific need of each and every person. Because out of that statistic, there is a statistics of people with disabilities, but this is specifically for people with albinism, so that it can be a realistic when we're talking about, okay, we have distributed this amount of magnifying glasses to how many children, where we have distributed this amount of sunscreen lotion to how many people, where we have these medical facilities, health facilities, where we have this number of professionals when it comes to skin diseases, where all these information is required so that the government can be able to assist people with persons with albinism in different categories and where they are. Thank you.
Honorable Justices of the Court, I would just like to add on what my fellow counsel said. We've brought this data before the court because, as she was saying, there are some allegations based on the number of persons with albinism, but also there are also allegations on the fact that the respondent state is alleged not to provide education to these people or not providing health services, etc., etc. So what we are trying to show through the statistical data that has been presented today is to show the court that, in fact, what the applicants are saying is not a correct state of affairs. So it's not only about the attacks and killings, it should also have to do with education, employment, and the age of the persons with disabilities, because in the application they're alleging that the persons with disabilities do not survive beyond the age of 30 and 40 years. And this also goes to the amicus curiae. She also alleged that mothers who have children do not survive beyond the age of 30. So what we are trying to show the court is that they actually do survive beyond the age of 30 and 40 years. Thank you very much.
Honorable Juge Dumisa, s'il vous plaît.
Honorable Judge Dumisa, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll ask it from you, Mr. Witness, Mr. Mabula. On page 454, 0000454 of this application, we have a table there, albinism by employment status, URT, where in one you give the numbers of males and females, and then both sexes. Now, in 3 in that table, you have inactive, and you give the number. What does that mean? Inactive in what sense?
Kwa mujibu
According
wa sensa ya watu na makazi,
to population and housing census,
kwa mujibu wa definition
and according to the definition of unemployment, there was a difference between someone who has attained work age, is looking for employment, and has not been able to find work. But there's another person, he has attained the working age, is not looking for a job, is just sitting there at home. But they have attained working age. So we can conclude that he is not working because he has attained the age, but he's not interested in looking for work. So that is the difference. Unemployment means he has attained working age, he is not employed, but he's looking for work.
Mr. President, if I could just do a follow-up question, it's the last question. You also have the not applicable. What does a reader have to understand by the statistics that you give under not applicable?
Maana ya not applicable kwenye category.
The meaning of not applicable in the employment category is people who are underage, they have not attained working age, but there are also people who with albinism, but there are other disabilities that make them unfit for any other kind of work.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. One very short question as a follow-up to Judge Dumisa's question. I want to take you back to that table. Look at the inactive, that's category 3. Are we there?
Ndio.
Same table. Inactive, category 3. We together?
Ndio.
One simple question. How do you determine that this particular person falls in this category, that he's inactive? A melee person in the world of statistics. You're an expert. You are the ones, and you owned these statistics. You went to the field. You've told us. Do you ask them that, well, you're above age, probably has even attained some education, you have working age. Do you want to look for a job or not? Or have you looked for it? Because if you ask them whether they've looked for a job and failed to get one, I want to think that they are going to fall in category 2 of unemployment. But I see this number because I'm asking because it is big and see 21,000. How do you determine that this person falls in that category? Is it from the answers they give or it's you? Thank you.
Pesa ya watu na makazi ilikuwa na maswali kadhaa.
The Population and Housing Census had several questions to determine the economic activity that one is undertaking. We started by asking the person in the last 12 months until the day of the census, were you doing any economic activity? If they said no, we would ask him, during the same period, were you looking for a job to do? And they would answer yes or no. If they say that in 12 months they have not been working and they have been looking for a job, we would categorize that as unemployed, because they're looking for a job. But there's someone else you would ask, within the last 12 years until this day, have you been looking for any job anywhere? Or have you tried to employ yourself or working at home, or maybe doing some farming or any other economic activity? And they would say no. For those who answered no, that they have not been looking for a job, they are not working, those are the people that we put in the category of inactive. That means they have attained working age and they're not looking for any job.
So, how about one? Because as a judge, I'm also a man of this world. I live in the world and I know the realities of the world. How about one, say, who has looked, he has the qualifications, he has the age, he has attained the age, looked for a job and failed and is just frustrated. And you stop looking for jobs for the last 12 years and you ask him, says, I've not looked for. Where do you categorize that one? He falls under inactive still?
Kama nilivyosema kwamba kama akisema amewahi
He says that he has ever looked for a job, but he couldn't find one. That will not be categorized as inactive. We will put them under unemployed. But those who say they have never looked for a job, we categorize them as inactive because they have attained working age, but they're doing nothing to look for a job. That is why we put them in an inactive category. But whoever says that they have at one point looked for a job, then we put them under unemployed.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all.
Merci à vous, honorable juge
Thank
Anoukam.
you, Honorable Judge Anoukam, followed by Judge Demisa.
Monsieur le Président. Sorry, I have to come back to you. My question is just a simple one. I'm looking at the annexure, which is actually the basis for your evidence. The title. It is titled Table 1, Number and Percentage of Persons with Albinism by Sex and 5-year age groups. So my concern is what you mean exactly by 5-year age groups. Because when I look at the table again, the first column, you have 0 to 4, you have 5 to 9, and 10 to 14, even up to 80 plus. So I'm sure that there could be an explanation. And that is for tables 1, 2, 3, and I think up to 3. Then later, there's now a departure from that format. And we now have a table that says number of persons with albinism by council and sex 2020 PHC. Just enlighten us more on the different headings. Thank you for different titles. Thank you.
Kianza na jedwali
starting with the table that talks of albinism by age group.
Age 5.
5
inamaanisha
statistically it means there is class interval from this age to the next. So 0 to 5 means 0 to 5.
So that's
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's why
the 5 means the interval.
5 age group interval. And albinism by employment status, United Republic of Tanzania.
Albinism by employment status.
Distribution. Albinism by their employment, employed, unemployed, inactive, or not applicable. And by sex means this is the total population of people with albinism distributed by sex, means either male, female, school attendance. It is descriptive. That means tuliuliza siku ya kuamkia sensa huyu mtu
We asked by the day of the census, does this person attend school or have they ever been to school? And after that, we ask them the level of schooling and whether they have completed school. And that we have also distributed according to sex to know how many women, how many girls, how many boys, and then we have the total under that.
Employment industry pia inaonekana na
employment industry we have also shown that.
Umesema uko employed, unafanya kazi wapi? Kwa hiyo hii ndio inaonyesha kama unafanya
show where you are working, if you're working with the central government, local government, etc.
Inamaanisha
URT means United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you very much. Asante.
Merci, honorable juge Dumisa, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Dumisa, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you were doing the census, did you also seek to establish, and did you establish, if you did seek to do so, people living with albinism who are self-employed and who are employers themselves? I just want to get a sense whether your census looked into those and you established, as a matter of fact, that there may be, or there are, who are self-employed and there are who are employers themselves.
Wakati wa sensa ya watu na makazi tulimuuliza mtu kama
sensa, we would ask a person whether he is employed or is self-employed, and if you are employed, where he would indicate where is he employed or she employed, and if he's self-employed, in which sector. So the whole data is there. We asked about his employment, who is the host or the owner, so all the data are available.
I'm not so sure that you are. Let me put it directly. Did you, in your establish which of people living in Albany self-employed? In other words, they are not employed because they are their own things, and that's the one category. The other category is, and in a sense, as whether there are people living in the Albanese are employers themselves.
We ask the person, what is your economic activities, whether are you employed or self-employed, and in which activity we asked. But we did also ask that if he or she is employed, who is the employer? So that also was asked.
Très bien, honorable juge, avons-nous d'autres questions pour ce
Honorable judges, any other questions? I see no request for the floor.
Le témoin peut se... Le témoin peut se retirer. Okay.
The witness can withdraw now.
Est-ce qu'il y a un autre témoin à faire comparaître?
Any other witness to call? Has the respondent state any other witness?
Il vous reste combien de témoins à produire?
How many? How many witnesses are left?
Yes, we do have 2 more witnesses.
Très bien. Nous observons.
Fine.
Nous allons suspendre l'audience pour
Let's adjourn
10 minutes.
for 10 minutes and resume. Hearing adjourned for 10 minutes.
One. Yes.
Okay. Est-ce que ça vient?
Is everything working?
Oui, on vous entend très bien, Monsieur le Président.
C'est bon?
Is everything working?
Oui, c'est bon.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Nous allons
Okay, thank you very much. So we can
Madame Grace?
proceed. Madam Grace, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Can we proceed? Can I verify that we can proceed?
Oui, c'est bon, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Honorable Vice President, Honorable Judges, yes, we can, but Kiswahili, there are two interpreters. So if one of them can stand down for the Kiswahili channel, thank you.
Donc, Kiswahili, il faut régler cela.
Okay. Kiswahili, please take note.
Conseil de l'État défendeur.
The Respondent States Council, may I ask the name of the current witness? Are they on the list as one of the witnesses who was scheduled for today? Unless we are in error, we have not found the affidavit from the witness who is before us at this moment. Have you any explanation, Respondent States Council?
Honorable Justices of this court, for our understanding is that we filed the affidavit of Professor Daudi Mavura, and that was, when was that? 9th of September. And it was the respondent counter affidavit responding to the affidavit of Mafalda Soto, the deponent affidavit in support of the summary argument. Summary argument of amicus. Yes. It is the respondent counter affidavit. Yes, it is the counter affidavit responding to affidavit shown by Mafalda Soto, who is the affidavit of Mafalda Soto in supporting the summary argument by the amicus.
Est-ce que vous avez quelque chose à dire là?
Have you anything to say? The applicant, you have the floor if you wish to respond.
Vice President, the respondents were the ones who wanted the witnesses of the amicus to be excluded. And now they seek to respond to the same things that they wanted to be excluded. We're not sure why that is the case. And we don't have a copy of the affidavit either.
We understand that we prayed before the court for the witnesses of amicus curiae not to testify before the court. However, we are of the opinion that given the fact that an affidavit is a substitute of oral evidence, we still believe that even without his affidavit, he can still testify before the court. Because an affidavit is just a substitute of oral evidence. And what he's going to testify about is on allegations that have been leveled by the applicants, not only the amicus curiae, even the applicants themselves. There are allegations which he, as a witness, is going to counter. Thank you.
Bien noté, la Cour décidera.
This is noted. The court will decide as to how we proceed from here.
Oh, my bad.
Très bien. Very well. La Cour a décidé que les
The
témoins
court
ici présents ne
has
sauraient
decided
déposer au regard des
that
circonstances
the
dans
witnesses here
lesquelles
present
nous venons de le recevoir.
will not
Donc, le témoin peut
make
se retirer.
any
Si
submission
vous avez le
because
prochain
of the
témoin,
circumstances
faites-le
surrounding
entrer,
the
s'il vous plaît.
case. So if there's
Donc, la
another
décision de la Cour.
witness here now, bring the witness in. That is the decision of the court.
Can you tell him, please, what's the decision?
So in that case, we were asking because we didn't understand that he's not going to proceed to giving his testimony. Is that the decision of the court?
Oui, telle est la décision de la Cour qui ne fera pas
Yes,
de
that is the
déposition.
decision of the court. He will not make any submission. This witness will not be allowed to make any submission in this case. That is the decision of the court. So the witness can withdraw now.
Kwa sababu hiyo basi tunaomba Profesa Mabura unaweza ukaja ukakaa. The respondent wishes to call the next witness, who is Boaz Charles from the Prime Minister's office.
Honorable Vice President, honorable judges, the witness will now take the oath.
Mimi, Charles Boaz
Swai, I affirm, I do affirm that I tell the truth, nothing but naked truth.
Très bien, vous pouvez interroger.
Very well. You may now proceed with the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Justices. Boss, nitakuuliza maswali. Naomba uwe
Boaz,
short.
I'll ask you questions. Please be short and precise and make sure that you're audible so that the court can understand you. Boaz, where are you working? I do work at the Prime Minister's office. Where are you working? In the Prime Minister's office.
Sawa, okay. Ofisi ya Waziri Mkuu.
The Prime Minister's office has which function?
Ofisi ya Waziri Mkuu.
The Prime Minister's office through Department of People with Disabilities, it deals with policies, laws, and guidelines for people with disabilities. But again, this office prepares plans and make sure that we engage the society to help people with disabilities. The Prime Minister's office here, on the same line, prepares training for the people with disabilities. Through the Prime Minister's office, we also help out people with disabilities. Again, the office of the Prime Minister's coordinates very important services for the people with disabilities. But again, the Prime Minister's office fosters, advises associations of people with disabilities. Now, when it does that, with whom does it collaborate? It normally collaborates with various multi-sectoral ministries, including Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, Ministry of many other ministries, but generally it collaborates with various people, NGOs, international organs, organizations, but also CSOs. Thank you. You have highlighted about the Prime Ministers and the Department of Disabilities. Who are these people with disabilities in this context? Thank you very much. People with disabilities are in different groups. But people with albinism are part of these people with disabilities that the office deals with. Now, the PM's office, how does this deal with these people with disabilities? Well, this office has various issues in regard to
in English,
interventions.
It normally deals with interventions for the people with albinism. One of these activities, one of the activities is that the office knows and therefore registers people with albinism. It also fosters various services for people with disabilities. It deals with, training for the people with albinism.
Inatoa huduma za
Besides,
utangamao
the office does integration with it does rehabilitation for the people with albinism. Please be specific. Which services does the Office of Prime Minister collaborate? The services include health services, and to begin with, the Office of Prime Minister, in collaboration with other stakeholders, they have initiated hospitals that deal with cancer, skin cancer. Apart from this, the Prime Minister's office, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, have started a college, a skin cancer institute that they have produced experts in this regard. But again, we have also started producing a protective oil for the people with albinism, which is free of charge. Where is this institute? It is at KCMC in motion. When did it start? It started in I think 1996 or 1999. I don't recall very well. But in the 90s. Good. You have informed us that it produces experts, but also special oil for people with albinism. Is it under the government? The production, yes, it's the government in association with the other stakeholders. But again, it's in fact the government that runs the training. Now, this oil, how does it reach the people with albinism? We have clinics special for the skin cancer that are run and coordinated by the institution aforementioned. Maybe I could mention it very well. It's called the Tanzania Dermatology Training Center. Now, this center, in association with the Ministry of Health, prepare clinics that are in all the health centers and the hospitals in Tanzania. So when they go to the clinic, among other things, they also give this oil for the people with albinism. Is it only in the clinics that the oil is provided? Yes, this is through the clinics. Okay. You have also highlighted the production of this oil. Is it only in Tanzania this oil is produced, or it is also produced in other countries? No, it's not only in Tanzania. The good news is that I could inform this court that this college is the unique one in Eastern and Central Africa that produces this oil. But again, we normally, the government imports the oil, and the government has taken initiatives for the raw materials of the oil. So have waived all the taxes, import tax for the oil, including we have import duty, but also VAT. So all these have been waived so that the oil is cheap, but also available all the time under the sponsorships under the government. Now, thank you very much. There are issues with regard to allegations the allegations that Tanzania do not protect people with albinism. And in that regard, they have been attacked and killed. Now, what was the response of the government with regard to these allegations? Thank you very much. The first one, with regard to attacks to these people with albinism, it was 2006, and the government intervened in these attacks, but also cruelty and killings to these people with albinism. Steps that were taken quickly, including the government taking aside 5 schools in 5 regions, making sure that they have good shelter, to make sure that there is high security for the people who could be potentially attacked or killed. So they were in Kigoma region, Tabora region, Mwanza, Shinyanga, and Mara. In that lake zone, there were many incidences reported. That's why there were schools set for that. So that was an emergent step to have them in a particular area for protecting them, but again to give them important services. And when they were in these centers, they were given all important services, all needs. What are they? One, they continued schooling as normal, as I highlighted earlier. These were schools. So they collaborated with others while schooling. But again, they could also intermingle with others who are not with albinism. But again, they continued having services, including water and food through government initiatives. Now I have said that what happened now after this, actually the incidents decreased. The government started now making sure that these students could now reach their families, but also others. We have an international instrument with regard to child rights. One of the very important issues is that children should also greet their parents. So we started a process of making sure that they greet their parents, and this was really very technical one. As you remember, they were already affected by these incidences. So our office, in collaboration with social expertise, we fostered the training, and therefore we made sure that they saw their parents. What happened now in this regard? What happened when you are now making sure that they reach their families to greet them? We had one challenge. Most of them went back to their families as we planned, but some children were abandoned in our centers. Their children didn't want to go back for them. So the government continued giving them services, and I'll explain this later. Good. Now, with regard to other issues, you have talked about the centers. What else did the government do to respond to these attacks? tax and killings. There was another step apart from setting good environment for them. The Prime Minister's office, in collaboration with the other government organs, we had a special task force to deal with investigation, but also prosecution regarding people with living with albinism. So generally, these people are attacked. Now, through these task forces, when did these task forces started? When did these task forces start? These were created in 2009, and it was from time to time. They involved which people? The interior, Ministry of Interior Affairs, the police force, and therefore we are making sure that the investigation was moving quickly. But again, we engaged the Attorney General, the National Prosecution Services, and this we are making sure that they were sent to court for a filing of these cases. We think that the task forces, we found major incidences, and the perpetrators were taken to justice. What else has been done? The Prime Ministers, in collaboration with the Office of the President, Regional Administration and Local Government, we have a committee dealing with security. From village, we have a hamlet, from the hamlet to the district level. So there are special, they deal with attacks, killings of these people living with albinism. But again, we have other committees. We have committees of people with albinism, coordinated by the Prime Minister's office, making sure that they give information when potential attacks, so that the government can take measures to prevent such incidences. But another step that has been taken quickly, we have also opened services. We have free mobile services. So we have numbers that we have provided, and therefore people should report any incident that can come up with regard to the people with albinism. They should call, and therefore the government can therefore do this. 116, which is very easy to report, is one of the numbers, and once you call, the government can just intervene. So these numbers have been given out, and we have till April 2024, we have received about 350,000 this year, and these courts have reported different incidences regarding various people, but also people with albinism. Now we talked about the plans. What about the zonal thing? What has the Prime Minister done to make sure that people living with albinism are protected, and in particular their rights? Thank you very much. Tanzania is not an island. It has a collaboration with other countries. So what we have done, in fact, we have different international instruments. Now, the zonal zone, the interference.
Je vous avais signalé qu'il y a le témoignage encadré dans un temps.
I
Il
was
faut
saying
résumer vos questions.
that you need to
Si vous voulez
summarize
savoir
your
que font les
questions.
services du Premier ministre, il faut le faire de manière
If
résumée pour qu'il puisse
you
répondre
want
de
to know
manière
the PM
précise.
service
Et si on
does,
doit partir du
summarize
niveau
your
national au
question,
niveau
and there should be a precise
national, au
answer.
niveau zonal, ça va rendre les témoignages assez longs. Donc, essayez
So
d'être
we should
assez bref et
limit
assez concis quand vous posez des questions.
the discussions, the
Cher conseil, s'il vous
questions.
plaît.
Council, please summarize your
Il faut que nous
questions.
puissions encadrer les questions.
We
Voilà.
need
Il faut
short
rester dans
answers.
le temps. Je vous donne là 5 minutes pour
Let us stay within
terminer
time.
vos questions à l'endroit du témoin, s'il vous plaît.
You have 5 minutes.
Sauf si vous serez le seul conseil de l'État à poser des questions. Si vous serez la seule personne à poser des
Except you
questions,
will
vous pouvez
be the
poursuivre
only
encore pendant 5
counsel of the
minutes, ça vous
state who will
donnera
be
10 minutes. À
answering
défaut, vous
questions.
avez 5 minutes, après une autre personne peut venir pour qu'en tout vous ayez 10 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Thank you for your guidance. Unfortunately, because the Prime Minister's office is the one which is coordinating each and everything, but thank you for your guidance. Okay. Ulikuwa umeeleza.
Well, you had.
Okay. Tumesema habari ya
We have
kikanda.
talked
Okay.
about the zone. Let me now
kuhusiana na
just go
mkutano
specifically.
wa
What is all
waziri
about the
wakuu wa
ministries,
SADC?
prime
Waziri
ministers,
mkuu
prime
wa
ministers
Tanzania walifanya nini?
of
Au
SADC? What
baada
did
ya
they
hapo nini
do?
kilitokea?
Asante.
Thank you.
Unajua ukizungumzia kikanda,
You
sisi
know, when we were
tunaanza
talking about
kuanza
the
kukanda
regional
kuanzia ngazi ya
thing,
Afrika, ndio maana nilianza
in fact,
kupigia
we
mpango
are in the
utendakazi
African
wa
region,
kikanda wa mwaka
so that's why
2017 ambao umeandaliwa,
we have
utendakazi wa kikanda wa watu wenye ualbino.
we have action
Lakini
plan,
kuhusu
a
mkutano
regional
wa
action
SADC
plan for the
kweli
people with
ulifanyika na
disability. With
waziri
regard to the
mkuu
SADC meeting,
alikuwa
yes, it
mwakilishi
was
wa
held,
serikali
and then
yetu
the prime
ya
ministers,
Tanzania katika mkutano ule. Na
our
moja
prime
kati ya mambo
minister
ambayo
was
yalizungumzwa na
one
kujadiliwa na
of the
kukubaliana ni
participants.
masuala
He was a
yanayohusu
representative
kinga,
of Tanzania, so
ulinzi,
they
uondoaji
talked
wa ubaguzi na
about
unyanyasaji dhidi ya watu wenye ualbino.
security, but
Asante.
also
Baada ya
stigma
mkutano
and
huu,
all other things
waziri
with
mkuu
the other
alitoa
people
maelekezo
with
gani au
albinism.
nini kilifanyika?
After this now, what did the prime ministers say?
Kwa
What has been
kawaida baada
done?
ya hii mikutano
In
ya
fact,
kanda
after this
kufanyika na kutokea na
regional
maazimio au
meetings,
maelekezo, maazimio
now
hayo
there are
yanafikiwa
recommendations
kwa vile
that
utekelezaji.
are taken
Kwa hiyo waziri
down
mkuu
to
alifikishwa
our
pale
countries. So
ofisini Dar es
they are
Salaam kwa lugha,
domesticated.
na
Uh,
sasa
that's what the prime minister
yataelekezwa
did.
kwa
And then
wakuu wa mikoa
these
wote,
were
na
directed
napenda
to
nikujulishe kwamba tarehe
regional
3 mwezi wa
commissioners,
7
all
mwaka
regional
huu
commissioners.
2024,
And
pamoja na mambo
on
mengine, waziri
11th
mkuu pia wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa
July
Tanzania
2024, the
alifanya
prime
kikao na
minister
wakuu wa
had a
mikoa
meeting
wote
with all
nchini
regional
Tanzania
commissioners
kwa
in
ajenda moja
Tanzania
tu. Kikao
with one
kirefu
agenda.
sana, kikao cha siku
The meeting
nzima.
was
Ajenda
very
ilikuwa ni kujadili
long. It took the whole day. It was
masuala ya
about
haki na ustawi wa
security,
watu wenye ualbino.
protection, but
Asante. Pamoja na
also
hiyo,
other issues with regard to
habari gani
people with
kuhusiana na
albinism.
swala la kanda
Apart from
linaloendelea
that,
East African
what
Community?
are you talking
Ofisi ya waziri
at
mkuu
the level of
ilishiriki
East Africa
vipi katika
community?
masuala
What
mazima
did
ya
the Prime
kuhakikisha
Minister's
haki na
office
kinga kwa
engage
watu
in
wenye
this
ualbinism?
with regard to people with
Asante.
albinism?
Nipende kusema sisi ni kama
Thank you
tulitangulia
for the
kwa baadhi ya
question.
mambo
We actually were the first to
kuhusu
start, especially with
ustawi
regard
na
to
haki,
issues
usimamizi wa haki na
uh,
ustawi wa watu wenye ualbino Tanzania.
about the
Lakini wakati
well-being
tukiwa
of
bungeni,
people with albinism in
bunge
Tanzania.
ilishiriki
In
hotuba au
2010,
ilipitisha sera ya
the
watu
EAC
wenye ualbino.
passed
Sera
a
ambayo
particular
waziri mkuu
policy
sisi
for the people
tulichangia
with albinism. It was
kujadili,
a policy that we
kushughulika na
actually
masuala ya watu
took part in because we had already started dealing with these instances. Maybe I get you back to the original thing. We have a plan in Tanzania. We have prepared an action plan that deals with the well-being, but also rights for the people with albinism 2024. I think it's the only country that has this action plan. What is that? Where is this action plan? This action plan as ready, but it hasn't been launched. It is June 30th, August 2024, but because of the some changes, because it was under Honorable Njembi, the former minister, and then it has been difficult, and therefore we have deferred it to November 2024 on 14. And Excellency of the President will be the guest of honor to launch this. Thank you. Please tell this court, who prepared this action plan? Well, it is the National Action Plan prepared by the Office of Prime Minister in collaboration with many other stakeholders, like we have Association of People with Albinism, we call TAS, Tanzania Association Albinism Society. But again, we have engaged them, they have given them their inputs, but also we have used also the Attorney General, we have involved also Ministry of Education, Ministry of Justice, Legal Affairs, etc. Now, because of time, let me just go back to the education. The Minister of Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's office deals with the people with albinism. Now, with regard to education, what has the office coordinated? Thank you very much. This should be highlighted. As I said, one of the functions of the Prime Minister's office is to prepare training for the people with albinism, but also other people with disabilities. But the Prime Minister's office, in association with the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training, has six centers, vocational centers. Another thing is that in 2012, the Prime Minister's office, in association with the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training, came up with inclusive education strategy. National education strategy. And in short, this strategy highlighted that people with albinism should be included or intermingle with other people who are not disabled. Therefore, this one will waive away stigma. What else in education? Well, another thing in education, the Prime Minister's office in association with the Ministry of Education have given a plan, a guideline to people, teachers teaching people with albinism. This one helps students with albinism, but also other people with albinism to have the same treatment. Like what? People with albinism, they have impaired vision, and therefore the students should be given priority to sit in front of classes. But again, there are questions. During exams, they should be given more time to answer questions. Now, today, I would like to also tell you that the executive secretary of the National Examination Council of Tanzania has they said that there should be 20 minutes more for mathematics and 10 minutes for other subjects. These are the initiatives that the government is doing to make sure that everyone gets education. What else? What else in education? What else in education have been done to help people with albinism, especially children in schools? Thank you very much. Apart from these guidelines, but also strategies, inclusive strategies, involving people with albinism, apart from these now strategies and plans or guidelines, the government also gives a free education, and people with albinism also enjoy this. What about tools at the school with regard to people with children with albinism? As I highlighted earlier, the Office of Prime Minister's Office helps fostering services. So there should be other gears quickly in this group. They should have hats, clothes, special clothes that can protect sun rays, sun goggles. There are special glasses for them that can help them to see more clearly. But again, lotions. Now, with regard to health, we are told that the lotion that they need for their skin is very difficult. Access to this lotion is very difficult and it is expensive. These allegations aren't true. We have said we have an institute that produces this lotion oil. We produce at least 10 tons per week. And we normally produce at least 2 per person, and we repeat this after 6 months. So we have 10 tins, and this is per month, and I think there's 70, according to the census. We produce it free of charge. This solution, as I said, the government is making sure that the solution is easily accessible. We have waived the taxes, including import duty and other taxes. Now, the lotion imported, how is it now provided? As I said earlier, the Prime Minister's office helps in association with other stakeholders. We have, for instance, NGOs. So I like to say, we have an NGO, for instance, a standing voice. People with albinism know it very well. This is one of the NGOs with whom we are working. They import such lotion, and therefore we provide free of charge. So we give to medical doctors in the clinics. These are the ones that test, they measure them, and therefore they provide these lotion oils freely. Thank you very much. Now, with regard to the Ministry of Health, how does the ministry deal with this solution? There is a list of important medicines which has been given in 2021. There were 2 incidences. One, through the guideline that was given by the Minister of Health, we had to waive these taxes, import duty, but also in terms of production, but also and raw materials. We have also an act in place that we have come up with. So we have set a budget through MSD. What do you mean by MSD? MSD is the medical services department, medical stores department. Now, through this collaboration, we collect this set a budget for this because this is very important and it should be accessible. Thank you very much. What about people with albinism, but they are not the students? The Office of the Prime Minister, what does it do in this regard? We have a lot here. People with albinism, but they're not the students. Please mention them. We have some services. We have different issues. Please just mention them. One, we have loans that are given to people with albinism.
Namba moja. Namba mbili. Subiri. S'il vous plaît. Le temps imparti est largement épuisé. Deuxième chose, l'essentiel pour la Cour.
The time allotted now is over. What matters to the court is to know whether the state does assist persons living with albinism. If it's the case, what is granted by the state? How is the distribution made? These are elements that we need to enlighten us. The process in itself is not really important. What matters is that you ask questions. If we talk about the Office of Prime Minister and then the line minister, etc., and other ministries, this will be too long. Would you please now go straight to a question that might conclude the testimony of the witness? I think that the court has enough elements on the mechanisms of services granted by the Republic of Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, to persons living with albinism. So you have the floor for a question to conclude, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, then let me switch you to allegations. There's one allegation that people through their the association, they don't get any service or assistance from the government. No, this is not true. We normally have intervention. So we collaborate with TAS, Tanzania Association, this association of people with albinism. Also, there was Musa Kabimba, who was when he was on 16th May, when he was giving oath, he was not the Secretary General of TAS. How long have you worked with the TAS? Since it was initiated, I think it was 1980. There is another allegation that there is no awareness with regard to protecting, defending rights of people with albinism. What do you say about this? In fact, we are making that we get awareness. We have campaigns for this. And people with albinism, they know their rights and their well-being. We normally foster this through different ways, including the following. One, I think you know, on 13 June, this is International Day for People with Albinism. So the Prime Minister's office prepare workshops, debates, conferences, and at the end, there are different services or opportunities given. Now, TAS say they have not been given any money from the government. Now tell us how much, if this has been given, and since when? At least from 2023, when the witness was the Secretary General of TAS. They normally give for subsidies. How much? 2023. 2023, it was more than 200 million to the TAs. People with albinism got more than 18 million. Before that, do you have any data? Before 2023, did the budget set, was the budget set and the fund given out? In fact, yes, subsidies were given up to 2012, 2013, but due to financial constraints, then they were cut. Now, Musa Kabimba, the witness, was one of those who actually enjoyed this. He was the leader since 2009, and we gave subsidies from 2009 to 2013. Musa Kabimba knows this. Thank you very much. That's all.
Merci à vous.
Thank you.
Nous donnons la parole maintenant.
Now we give the floor to the applicant to ask their questions.
Comme je le disais tantôt,
as I said earlier,
essayez d'être bref.
Please be as brief as possible. We are not going to ask you to do less than the other party, to be equitable, but please be as concise and as brief as possible in your questions and avoid repetitive questions. Thank you.
Vice President. Shahidi, kwenye kiapo chako umeambatanisha ushahidi wa transfer za hizo pesa kwenda
on your affidavit, you have attached a document showing the fund. In your affidavit, you have attached the further which you are transferred to go to those organizations. You have said, no, I didn't attach. So it's not there. You are saying that there is a national plan of action for East Africa.
Nous n'avons pas la traduction, s'il vous plaît.
Interpretation, please.
You are saying there is.
Est-ce que le traducteur vous recevez?
Hello?
Interpreters, can you hear us?
Okay.
Hello.
I can proceed. Unasema kwenye mkutano wa Afrika Mashariki
You are saying on the meeting of East Africa, you came up with a national plan of action in order to help people with albinism. When was that meeting convened? No, it wasn't for East Africa meeting. It was the meeting for Africa. It came with the regional action plan on people's disability. It was 2017. Up to date, how many years have lapsed? Up to now, it's I think 7 years, and Tanzania is the most affected country with the killing of albinism. I'm not sure of that. Now, for all those 7 years, why don't have plan to date? All those 7 years have lost. Why don't we have that plan? That is correct. That plan which I've mentioned for the nation concerning the well-being of people living albinism of 2024, it began to be prepared in 2022. And after being prepared, it was submitted in the authority by their opinions or review which were given. So those amendments, it included, I think we don't have time. Do you know that organization under the same sun? Do you know that organization in Village of Hope? Yes, I know them. How many funds have you taken them? No, they don't qualify to get fund. Why? No, let me elaborate. No, you have already said, no, let me elaborate. The subsidies are given for organizations which are meeting the requirements. Number one, that organization must be having a specific objective to deal with the people with disability in their constitution. Number two, it must be the member of the Federation of People Albinism. So when we say we give them the subsidy, or TAS will give them subsidy because they meet that requirement. But Village of Hope is not dealing with the people with albinism. And secondly, Village of Hope is not a member of the Federation of People Living with Disabilities. I was helping you because the witness was given that the money was given, so we have helped us a lot. No, you have a number of people who have been murdered and being mutilated. Do you have a number? A number of people who have been mutilated and being killed. You do have? No, we don't. Okay. Are there compensation given to people affected in their?
Nadhani nifafanue hapo kidogo kwenye fidia. Inauliza kama kuna fidia imesha kutolewa.
I'm asking whether there are any compensation which is being, we don't have that plan of giving compensation. Number 3, KSMC belongs to who? And what is KSMC, by the way? I think it is Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center. Is a government entity. It is in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the private sector. You have said the free calls. You received the calls 360 concerning the people affected, but for albinism, how many number of calls you receive? No, don't have specific number. But you said you have a free number for receiving those incidents, but it is in there is the 116 number is for calling to report any violation, act or crime. So people who face those challenges, they can make a call through this number. So it doesn't relate to people with albinism. The people that albinism, they're among the people who are being attacked. Last question. Had you ever read a report of African Committee of Experts concerning the Center for Children Living Independently? Let me say, I didn't mention about the centers. I said about the schools. Let me repeat. You said these were schools and operating like schools. No, these are dormitories which you are concerned. Had you ever heard that? Had you ever had any incident of violation happening in those dormitories? I have read that report, and I'm sorry to say that they refer them as centers while they are not centers, they are schools. But secondly, they do indicate that there are challenges in maintaining or keeping, protecting people in those centers. But now, you have in attachment, you have indicated the glasses, sunscreen. I go back to my, did you attach? No. I don't like you to refer, but I want to know whether did you annex the number with the evidence of glasses, clothes, hats, and the sunscreens which you distributed. Have you annexed them? Do you mean to annex the total? I mean the information to show, no, I haven't attached any information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Since 2006. Since 2006, how many bottles of sunscreen have you distributed to persons with albinism? How many bottles of sunscreen have you distributed to persons with albinism since 2006?
Mwaka 2000 na ngapi nimesema 2006. Hiyo ni takwimu hapa. Hiyo nadhani takwimu ambayo sasa natakiwa ni fanye consultation.
I think that is the data which is supposed to make consultations.
How many did you distribute last year?
Okay.
Ah, 17.
17,000 distributed last year. Up to this year, it's around 17,000 bottles have been distributed, or even more.
In the estimation of your office, how many bottles of sunscreen does one individual need per month?
Kama nilivyosema awali ni chupa 2 kwa miezi 6.
As I have said, 2 bottles per 6 months.
2 bottles of sunscreen per 6 months.
Ndio ni saini kwa sababu hawapaki mwili mzima. Haya sio mafuta kupaka mwili mzima, unapaka kwenye maeneo
Because they don't smear for the whole body. They just smear on exposed parts of the body, not for the whole body.
Yes. So you said you have distributed 17,000 last year. The evidence submitted by the state is that there's 74,000 persons with albinism, according to the recent statistics. Would you think that this is anywhere close to what is required for the population of persons with albinism in Tanzania?
Ulingani, lakini ni kwa sababu pia yapo
They
mashirika
don't correlate, but because there are other organizations which are supplying. So I've spoken on the government side. There are organizations like Standing Voice, they supply their bottles. So all people are getting supplied with those bottles.
It was your testimony that the government collaborates with Standing Voice and others, and you give them to distribute. So the total number you're talking about would include what Standing Voice has distributed, unless you want to change your testimony now.
Bana, hizo ni zile zilizozalishwa katika chuo chetu ambacho nimesema kituo chetu.
The number I referred are those who produced in our centers, which I said earlier. Those are the ones that have been distributed by the government only.
How many children are still in those holding centers or schools, as you refer to them? The children that the government took from their parents by right around 2006 or thereabout, how many of them are still in those schools?
Kwa sasa hatuna mtoto aliyesalia. Watoto wote wamesharejeshwa.
At the moment, you don't have any single child because all of them have been returned to their families.
So all the reports that indicate that there are many children who didn't have information about their parents, they're all false. Is that your testimony? In paragraph 36 of your affidavit, you indicate that the office is responsible for rehabilitation, resettlement of persons with albinism. How many persons with albinism who were victims of attacks has your office rehabilitated so far?
Please show me that affidavit so that I might see it.
Is the council referring to the affidavit or reply? And so that if you can show him.
I can show you.
What are you showing him? We want to know.
The affidavit that he submitted.
Okay.
13. Paragraph 13. You indicate the office is responsible for empowerment programs, rehabilitation, community-based rehabilitation programs, resettlement of persons with albinism. And I'm asking, how many persons with albinism who were victims of attack have you rehabilitated or resettled since the attacks began? Do you have a number?
Ni sahihi. Mwanzo nilisema tuna vyuo vya
So,
watu.
the first, I said that we have centers for training and the rehabilitation for people with albino. There are 6 of them, and out of those 6 centers, people albinos which have been rehabilitated is more than 100 people. Thank you.
So over the period that we are talking about, how many people with albinism have either been displaced, attacked, or been victims of violence?
Sasa kupata takwimu ni ngumu kidogo kwa sababu kama nilivyosema
It's difficult to get data because that is being handled by different authorities. There are those have been mutilated in police, some were taken to police, some to the prosecution offices, some brought before the court. So there are different scenarios, so it's not easy to get the number right now.
You indicate your office is responsible for coordinating all of this, but the office doesn't have any information sufficiently to actually be able to perform its mandate. Is that what you want this court to believe? That even though you are the coordinating entity, you don't have the information?
Please let me be understood that my office is coordinating and dealing with the policies and the guidelines and the law. So what I'm trying to say, if the steps taken by office in order to deal with these issues against the violations, the attacks, and the killings which have been happening. I've also said that my office is collaborating with other offices, whereby we have the prosecution office, police force, ministry responsible, president's office, and local government. So we collaborate with all those now to get the precise data on these events or incidents. We need to get reports from TAMISEMI, local government, internal affairs, home affairs, prosecution. So by now I haven't prepared it, but you should recognize that those are the initiatives that were taken from my office about the policy we are prepared and the laws which are standing against the violation for people living with albinism.
How is your office able to properly perform its mandate in the planning and the policy development when it doesn't have the data that is required? Because that's what you're telling me, that you don't have the data. How is your office able to be effective and perform the mandate?
Asante sana.
Thank you. We have the data, how many people with albinism, how many ladies, how many are employed, which are unemployed, but also we have the data concerning the allocations. So we prepare the plan according to those data.
You just said that you don't have the data, but I'll leave it at that.
Merci à vous. À présent, la Cour pour des questions.
Thank you very much. Now the court would like to ask some questions. Honorable Judge Bensaula. Yes, the witness wanted to speak. Please go ahead.
Ok.
Très bien, honorable juge Bensaula, vous avez La
Okay,
parole, s'il vous
well,
plaît.
Honorable Judge Bensaoula, you have the floor. Thank you, Judge President. I have a few questions that I would like to ask. Currently, you're working in the ministry, and you have said that you collaborate with all the ministries, the Ministry of Justice, etc. So if there is any violence committed against a person living with albinism, do you follow up with the victim when a case is before the courts right through to the end of the procedure? And if yes, is there any case where a judge has awarded compensation to such a victim? That's my first question.
Asante.
Thank you.
Kwanza malipo ya fidia
To start with, the compensation for the victims, our legal system allows, we have the section 31 of rule of penalty, which is read together with the provision 348 of criminal law. Now, the issue of compensation is the jurisdiction of the court. Now, the type of violence which people have been taken to the court, they lead them to, the perpetrators lead them to be prison for life or even to death penalty. As I've said now, the court might decide the perpetrator or the convicted one to pay compensation. But we have never received any order of the court to order a compensation. I think because of those environment, because most of them are given high penalty, life sentence, or death sentence. But again, that one doesn't impede for the victims to request for compensation according to the procedure. So the issue of compensation, that's how it is legally. So the court is the one which have the jurisdiction to give the compensation. But now you find though the victim, no, the perpetrators, they are being sentenced to prisons. So I'm saying that is the government system. But as an office, what do we do when we receive the information about the affected person? First of all, as we have said in the beginning, there is the rehabilitation program. Our office is doing that. And that rehabilitation, it has various levels. First, to give treatment to that person, which is psycho treatment, psychosocial support. We give that one. Is being put close to the officers of social welfare because we believe that person is now faced with the trauma or the fear from the scenarios. So we have that process of taking through the rehabilitation through the social well-being officers. But another step the government which is taking that the treatment is being the treatment costs are incurred by the government, even in the funeral issues. So these are being done administrative with the Committee for Disasters under the Prime Minister's office. There are also other interventions which have been given through internal procedure, through the disaster committee, but the compensation is supposed to be given as per law. It is given by the court voluntarily, and it's supposed to be paid by the one who has committed that crime, as not the government. Now, for the penalties which they do face the perpetrators, it becomes very difficult to tell him to pay the compensation, but we have never received any from the court, though the government is trying to do something for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question, you are working in coordination with the Ministry of Justice. Have you considered that one day in the penal code there would be an article or provision which specifies that any violence against a person with albinism is a crime? Do you feel that violence against people with albinism is the same as violence or crime against any other person in the country? Do you have special regulations with regard to violence against women, against children, against certain parts of offices, government offices? It seems the violence against people with albinism is based on certain beliefs, which pushes people to commit acts of violence against them. So have you reflected on whether this circumstance of being a person with albinism requires stiffer punishment if any crime is committed against them? Thank you.
Ambao wanafanya uhalifu
for those who are doing that violations against people like albinism, in most cases, they are being dealt with the penal code against violence, murder, and they have, it is just explained in Provision 36, and we have never faced any challenge to deal with them. We are handling it very well. But I have heard about those beliefs. Yes, we have those laws which are addressing the issues of those beliefs on witchcraft, which generally it rejects those witchcrafts, and whoever is found guilty is convicted. And also we have the law which concerning the traditional treatment. It's about those people who are giving traditional treatment. So there is a law to regulate them, how to give them the license, special license, in order to carry out their duties. And may I say the Council for Alternative Traditional Treatment of 2022, it conducted an operation to find those traditional doctors operating without license, and most of them were dealt with accordingly. So we have the laws which are dealing with witchcraft. Witchcraft is not allowed in Tanzania. So once somebody found guilty on that, is being treated accordingly. And for those with the violence against albinism, we deal again with them according to the law, which he explained, that the penalty is very clear. If somebody is pertained with the killing, the penalty is death sentence. I don't need whether we need a sentence more than that. I don't know whether it is there. So the penalties are there, which are being taken, and they are given according to law. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, avec votre permission, une dernière question.
With your permission, President, one more question. When you were speaking, you said some steps have not been implemented because of financial implications. Is this related to the disabled persons in general, or is this specifically related to persons living with albinism?
Asante. Hatua ambayo pekee hatukuichukua ni utoaji wa ruzuku kwa vyama vya watu wenye ulemavu.
The step which you didn't take is only
hatua yenyewe ambayo nimeeleza kwamba kuna wakati ilisimama kwa muda.
The step I said that it is stopped hourly. It was for association people with the disability. As I said, the government gives a subsidy for association, but it was not done from 2014 up to 23. But the other interventions continued for all groups, people with disabilities, even people with albinism. They are continuing now to get services as usual. Now, the associations with the association for people with disabilities, they missed the subsidies for 9 years almost, but last year, 2023, the government gave more than 200 million for association people living with the albinism to enable them to conduct the activities. Thank you a lot.
Merci, honorable juge Anukam, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Anukam. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Boas, I have just three very simple questions for you. The first one is regarding paragraph 11 of your sworn affidavit, where you seem to assert to the fact that the killings, attacks of persons with albinism in Tanzania have radically decreased in the past and recent years. And my question is, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Do you by any means have any comparative studies that you want to avail the court with?
Asante.
Thank you. This question has come back like of the lawyer. He said the number of people who have been affected up now. But to be brief, that all of them have been like witnesses. In 2006, we report the first incident of violence, and up to 2010 to 2023, there are many incidences. There are many incidences which have been reported comparing for this year. This year, 2024, we have the incidents which I think there are 3. Now, when I compare with the other incidents in the past years, you may find 1 in a year, 10 incidents, 12, etc. Now, when you go to the report of the national prosecutor, you will find that by the period 2021, the allegations which were brought to the court were 71. But look now, currently, since 2022, now the cases brought to the court were, we have only 2 cases which are new, or three which are continuing, where investigation is underway, but one of it has been already brought before the court, and the perpetrator has already brought to the court. So as we go on, these instances are declining. The number is declining. That's why we came in this argument that the instance has decreased. And this is because of different initiatives taken by the government. It wasn't automatic. There is a special task force which is working day and night. And you can see that's why it has brought this impact of decreasing the number. Thank you.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. You also said in paragraph 7, and indeed you have alluded to that in your evidence, that the state of Tanzania is doing so much in eradicating or substantially reducing the attacks and killings of persons with albinism. I want to ask you sincerely, as the coordinator and being from the office of the Prime Minister, do you think that there are other measures
you could take in the future to further improve on what you're already doing?
I would like to tell you
inform you that in a collaboration
working
with the
with an association for people
prepared the National Action
albinism,
Plan for the rights and the
we
social
have
and the well-being
initiatives.
of people living with albinism.
One of them was
And
launched
it has
this
been,
year,
it will be launched
2024,
November
November
this
14th.
year, 24. Now,
So
what
there
is
are
the
quite a number
content in
of
that plan? We think it will be very great step or milestone to Tanzania in order to deal with the perpetrators against people living albinism. This plan concerns what? There are areas. I can't hear him properly. There's the protection. We are doing protection. It is included in the content. We have put strategies which are inclusive from the low level, from the village, streets, up to the national level. The second area is about defense. Now we have put again strategies how to implement it from the village level up to the national level. And also eradicating discrimination and stigmatization. The same apply their strategies from the lower level, the lowest, from the village to the national level. And lastly, there's the area is about accountability. Also, we have laid down strategies from the lowest level, from the village, up to the highest one. And how we operate, we have included opinions from people of albinism themselves through their association. How do they want their issues to be dealt with? And the opinions given by themselves 100% have been noted and taken care of.
In essence, my question is,
That's why
because you have not answered my question. My question is there the possibility of your office doing much more than you are presently doing? So it's either a yes or a no answer I request you to give. Yes. 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 Thank you for that frankness. And then my last question would be, you have said that there is an emergency line that has been recently created, and you receive calls, distress calls from maybe would-be attackers. And then my question is, what do you do when you get a call? Assuming I'm a person that is being attacked and I call your office, what follows? Thank you. And you said you have received over 3,000 calls so far. The court would like to know what you do when you receive such distress calls. Thank you.
Thank you. The police force is the one which is dealing with those distress calls. They receive information about the violence. Now, the quick steps which are taken after receiving the phone, first of all, is treatment. Is that person to be taken quickly to the centers which are nearby? Second, to start investigation. And after that, you are able to arrest their perpetrators within a very short time possible after the call has been made. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be all from me, Mr. President. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Merci à vous, honorable juge Adjei. Emmanuel, est-ce qu'on peut
Very
régler
much,
l'électron pour
Honorable
éviter l'interférence là, dans la salle?
Ajay, it will be your turn next. We are just trying to
Okay.
address the interference, the sound.
C'est technique, OK. Juge Adjei, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, Judge Ajay, you
Thank
have
you,
the
Mr.
floor.
President. Mr. Boaswai, you've told us that you are the coordinator and also a senior officer. Can you tell us the reporting structure between you and the Prime Minister in your office?
Okay. Kama nilivyosema mwanzoni, labda nifafanue ile structure, kwa sababu hapa nimeulizwa swala la kutoa taarifa. Zungumze kwanza kwa ufupi organization structure.
As I said earlier, maybe I give the organization structure how it is.
Ofisi ya waziri mkuu
The Prime Minister's office has two ministries.
ina wizara mama mbili. Wizara ya
Has two ministries.
inaitwa ofisi ya waziri mkuu, kazi, vijana, ajira na wenye ulemavu. Lakini ofisi ya waziri mkuu pia ina wizara nyingine ambayo inaitwa
It has a ministry which concerning with the policy and the coordination. I mean, fairly sorry. As I'm saying now, the coordination of people with the disability are being coordinated by, sorry.
Masuala ya watu wenye ulemavu tunaziwasilisha moja kwa moja kwa waziri mkuu, yani sisi tunaripoti moja kwa moja. Kwa hiyo waziri wetu, waziri aliye mwenye dhamana na masuala ya watu wenye ulemavu anapewa ile taarifa kupitia katibu mkuu na anaiwasilisha moja kwa moja kwa waziri mkuu. Huu ndio utaratibu wa namna ambavyo tunapeleka hizi taarifa kutoka kwetu sisi watendaji kwenda kwa katibu mkuu, kutoka katibu mkuu kwenda kwa mheshimiwa waziri, kutoka kwa mheshimiwa waziri kwenda kwa mheshimiwa waziri mkuu.
One moment, please. If the witness could wait, we just need to address the interpretation. Can we have notification when the interpretation is working?
Est-ce que l'interprète Swahili vers l'anglais peut vérifier sa situation?
Swahili to English interpreter, please make sure you're on the correct channel, says the Vice President. Please make sure you're on the correct channel.
Sijafikia swali vizuri au sijaelewa. Nitalafu kidogo kwenye mic yangu. Ndio nilikuwa najibu kitu tofauti kabisa. Naomba ni
Sorry, I didn't get your question right. Please repeat your question. Please repeat your question so that I am able to respond well.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question is, in your office, whom do you report to as a coordinator? Who do you report to as a coordinator?
Asante, na ripoti kwa katibu mkuu.
Thank you very much. I report to the Chief Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Labor.
And he also reports to who?
Katibu mkuu.
The Permanent Secretary reports to the Minister. He reports to the Minister in the Prime Minister's office in charge of labor and people living with disability.
Mr. President, I'm done.
Merci, honorable juge Adjei.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Ajay. Honorable Judge Gaswaga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take you back to paragraph 11, where you stated that the attacks have radically reduced. And paragraph 15, where you say that you are working with TAS on various projects. You remember those paragraphs? Mr. Boaz, you remember those paragraphs?
Last week. Ndio nazikumbuka.
Yes, I remember them.
Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Okay. Yes, and you gave especially for paragraph 11.
Pardon, excusez-moi, Monsieur Duncan, Honorable Justice.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Honorable Gaswaga. We have a challenge with the French interpretation. We're hearing a lot of noise instead of the interpreter. Please take this into account.
Si vous pouvez un peu vous isoler.
This is a message from the Judge. Vice President, we need to hear you more clearly, French interpretation.
Proceed, Mr. President. Thank you. Yes, so the two paragraphs I'm referring to, 11 and 15, are we together? Yes, 11 talks about reduction of the attacks. And 15 talks about working with TAS, that organization, on various projects. During your testimony, you gave some examples. For instance, you cited the number of calls that are received, about 350 of them received. People have been attacked. You also talked about oil that was given and so on. The question is, do you have anything in hand, tangible evidence to support the allegations in 11 and 15? The way you've come up with the numbers, like 350 calls.
Asante.
Thank you. I have explained briefly
trendi ya haya matukio kuanzia 2016 na
the trend between 2016
mpaka kufikia 2022
and until 2022, 2023, the number of cases that were presented in court increased, and in 2024 the incidences reported were just 3. So you can see that there are a few incidences compared to those that were reported earlier, and even those that were prosecuted in courts. So I think the information from the prosecutor has been given here in court, and it can be referred to when we in reference to paragraph 11. But as I said, we work with TAS, just as I explained in paragraph 15. We work with the TAS. I don't know what was required by TAS in paragraph 15. According, I don't know exactly what was required. Please, I didn't get your question on that part very well.
Okay. Now the other question is, and I want you to be to take it in very good faith, because the court is here to do justice. That's the bottom line always. From your testimony, you painted a picture whereby, you know, you've done quite a lot of things, very impressive. Right from paragraph 7, and you talked about so many things, what the government has done, medical, giving out oils, giving out loans, giving out money in the budget, you call them subsidies, giving out a lot in education, protection of various ways, rehabilitation of the victims, and you know, you even talked about over 200 million that was given to, that was in the budget and given to TAS, that association. That picture is very good. And a few days ago, that was actually yesterday, you were not here. We had another picture painted by one of the witnesses, PW3, I think Musa Kabimba Musa. The picture you painted is this way. The picture I painted is this way, the opposite. Now, as a court, it leaves you can understand. And like I said, I don't want to offend anyone, but the question is, who should I believe at the end of the day? Because Mr. Kabimba says something, the opposite of the picture you've painted, sir. What is your comment on that?
Sawa. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I would like the court to understand one thing, that Kabimba is not working with the TAS. He was in TAS between 2009 and left in 2022, 2023, I think. But Kabimba has given his explanation on 5th this year while he was out of TAS. So you can see there's a problem here, but
unfortunately,
Kabimba says that the government has not done anything. And yet TAS is a very important stakeholder of ours. And even during his reign of tenure, we worked with him. I was late to get information from Kabimba. But I have evidence about subsidies that we have given to TAS in 2023, 2024. I don't know if you will agree or allow, but I can give you receipts about the subsidies that we have given. I can give you those receipts here. I don't know how your rules are, but I can give you those results. I would also like you to understand that we have worked with the TAS to prepare a strategic plan for people living with albinism. And yes, they're important stakeholders, because this gentleman gave us information of what things that PWAs would like to be given priority. So I can't understand why Kabimba talked the way he talked. And fortunately, when the government was preparing the regional plan in 2017, Kabimba was a leader in TAS, and he has that information that the government of Tanzania participated in the plan, or creating the plan for PWAs. And now we are doing a national plan. He knows that because when that happened, he was a leader in TAS. Why did he come in 2024 to say that the government has not done anything in this respect? Why 4th May day after this application was brought, we were working with him to coordinate all the strategies of the government. We were working with him. What makes me very sad is that he says he did not receive any subsidy, which he received himself when he was a leader in TAS. We give these subsidies to all associations of people living with disabilities. And as I said, in 2023, the government gave over 200 million shillings for all associations of people living with disability. And TAS was one of the beneficiaries. I don't know what the rules say, but if you want to see the evidence through the receipts, I can show you those results here. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, as I just conclude, you talked about affidavits. This is not necessarily a question, but probably you should have taken advantage of the practice of filing affidavits with all the attachments. Because if you had all these on hand, you would not even be talking much with all this evidence attached to the affidavit. Thank you. President.
Oui, honorable juge Dumisa, vous pouvez produire ces pièces dans le biais de vos,
Dumisa, can you, so you can have these documents, the different documents which you have to adduce your arguments should be submitted through your counsel, please. Is that okay? Have you understood? Your witnesses could submit all the documents to the court through you to affirm all what they are saying here. Is that okay? Judge Dumisa, you have the floor and you'll be followed by Judge Anuka.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. 7 of your affidavit. And that was deposed 6 days ago. And there you make the claim that the respondent state has taken all measures to make sure that rights of the persons with albinism are protected. And then you go on to say there has been remarkable efforts made to combat the situation. I can understand the tone of the evidence of the other witnesses who were giving testimony on behalf of the respondent. And I had to ask one of those witnesses whether it is not so that not enough has been done. And I think that has been the applicant's attitude, that you may claim that you have done something, but what you have done is woefully inadequate and you have not done what you should have done. Now I want to put the question to you. Do you want to reflect and change your mind about the claims you make in paragraph 7 in the manner in which you make? When you say everything has been done, all measures have been taken to make sure that the rights of the persons are protected. And the fact that you also claim that remarkable efforts have been made to combat. Are you still of your mind as you stand there now in testimony with what you said 6 days ago?
Asante. Thank you very much. In my testimony, I have explained the steps that the government has taken
kwenye kutambua na kuhakikisha haki za watu
identify and to ensure that the rights of PWAs are taken care of. We have done that in education, health, their safety. I have explained what you have done. Some measures were very urgent. After an incident, the government would start looking into that and to ensure that those incidences do not continue. I explained that the government opened safe centers for the children who were affected. We also had special desks to deal with the children or to serve children who went through this. And the government gave directions to security committees from the villages to the national level. And the government gave even emergency toll-free numbers so that these incidences can be reported quickly. The government also came up with task force which has been investigating these incidences and also prosecuting these cases and ensuring that people are getting their rights. I have also explained that these people have been empowered economically. I have talked about loans, but in addition to loans, we have built capacity for them through our 6 centers. I have also said that other than capacity building, economically, we have a special fund, TASAF, which is a government fund, and this also supports PWAs. We have a second phase of TASAF fund, and in that fund, there is a component for PWAs. We are building capacity for them economically, and I'm sure most of the PWAs have benefited from this project. But the most important thing is that the government of Tanzania is the only government in Africa that has been able to respond, and by providing lotion for PWAs, there is a factory that is producing this oil, and it's also giving education on cancer. Also waived all the taxes that were on sunscreens, even taxes on raw materials to produce these sunscreens. So these are important steps that the government has taken. So for me, as a government representative, I would like this court to note this, that the government has done a lot of things for the welfare of PWAs, and we will continue doing more. Nobody would like to see our PWAs going through what they are going. Even the government doesn't want to see what they go through. The President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, on 18th June 2024, this year, has given a statement to castigate the killing of the young child that was killed. Also, on 20th July this year, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, as the person with the highest authority in the country, has castigated the actions, the cruel actions against PWAs, and has given very, very stern direction to chiefs in Chamwino area. And she has explained that the government should be steadfast in fighting these crimes. The government since 2019 has done a lot. And soon we will be launching a national plan to deal with PWS only. This is a huge step that no other country has ever taken. Tanzania will be the first country to come up with a plan specifically for PWS. This is contrary to what our colleagues are saying, that we have not done anything. So I want to say that we have done a lot as a government, and we'll continue doing more until we eradicate this problem, until the rights of people with albinism gets to a point where they're getting everything that they deserve. We are doing this slowly and commensurate with the resources that we have.
A follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Now, must we understand, or must I understand, or must we understand that when you said it has taken all measures, I mean, English not being our mother tongue, that was a bit of an exaggeration. What you're actually saying is that you have done a lot, but you have not done all. You like to change all to a lot of measures. Yes or no?
Ninamaanisha serikali imefanya mambo mengi. Bado tunaendelea
I mean
kufanya.
the government has done a lot, and we are continuing doing more. I'm saying that the government has done a lot of things, and we are continuing doing even more.
Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Anoukam, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Judge Anoukam, you have the floor.
To be brief, I want to ask a question regarding one of your initiatives. I want to be sure that the court got you right. That is the free mobile service initiative. Question one, is it designated to PWAs alone? Then secondly, when was this initiative put in place? And then thirdly, what is the spread? What is the spread? And lastly, can you confirm again the number you have received, number of calls you have received since the initiative was launched? Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you.
Kwanza,
First,
kama nilivyoeleza awali,
as I explained earlier,
kituo kinachopokea hizi simu,
the center that receives these calls is coordinated by the Interior Ministry, and the information that we have is that until up to 2024, 350 calls were received reporting all these incidences against PWAs. Secondly, I would like to say that this call center does not target people living with albinism, but criminals generally, or incidences of crime, including those that touch on PWAs, are reported through this number. So basically, that is my response.
Thank you. That will be all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci à vous. Est-ce que
Thank you.
vous avez d'autres témoins à produire?
Do you have any other witnesses to
Non,
present?
il n'y a pas d'autres témoins.
No, there are no other witnesses.
Très bien. Allez-y, madame. Place à d'autres témoins.
Very well. Madam, you may proceed if there are any other witnesses.
Honorable Justices, we don't have any other witnesses.
Correct.
And
Allez-y. Yeah, go ahead, please.
for the respondents,
You may proceed.
we pray to close close the defense, meaning giving out of the testimonies. And we would like to make submission on the reparation.
Normalement, à la fin
Normally,
à la fin de toutes les observations, de toutes les
at
conclusions, vous avez
the
5 minutes pour conclure.
end
Vous
of
pouvez saisir
all
cette
the
opportunité
observations
pour
and conclusions, you'll be given
faire
5
les
minutes,
observations sur
and you could use
les
that
réparations.
opportunity to make your observations on
Vous aurez du
reparations.
temps après. Ça ne serait pas la dernière fois pour
You
vous de prendre la
will
parole.
have
Vous aurez à prendre la parole
time.
encore pour faire vos
It will not
dernières
be the last
observations.
time you'll be taking the
Parmi lesquelles vous
floor.
pouvez intégrer
You'll be given time to make your
Allez-y,
final observations. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Justices. We've understood that you have ordered us to make our submissions on a reparation later. However, I have one point that I would like to cement in respect on the merits of this case. As I stated yesterday, we were supposed to make our submissions on the merits of application after we wind up with our witnesses. However, since the witnesses have said much on the interventions that have been done by the respondent state in regard to with respect to the enjoyment on the rights of persons with disability, I would like not to repeat on that. However, I would like to cement on one point that some of the allegations by the applicants are in respect of social, economic, and cultural rights, whose realization is progressive realization. Therefore, for instance, the right to health and education. So it is a submission that the state has taken some measures.
C'est ce que je disais tantôt, au fait. C'est ce que
That's
je
what I was
disais
saying a
tantôt.
while ago, as a matter of
Vous aurez
fact.
l'opportunité
You'll be given the opportunity to present all of this. That is why, in conclusion, you'll be given the floor so that you'll be able to say what you were not able to say. And if finally you have some specific comments on what has been said by the other party, you'll be given the opportunity to do so. So there is really no problem. You'll be given the floor for that purpose. You'll be given the opportunity to present these ideas. Is that okay? Very well. We are going for a 1 hour break. And we'll come back here at 3:25. The session is adjourned.